All right. So, I started late today because I've been at uni all day. And I figured, let's do a stream. And for the one person who gave me very, very kind words in my comments in one of my videos, thank you. Fire Emblem 27, shout out to you. Tonight, I should say, I'll be doing Leetcode, then one lesson from The Odin Project, hopefully, before following up with study. And study, by study I mean, university study. So there's 2 subjects of lectures that I have to catch up on. But today I've been at uni most of the time, so now I'm finally home, had a shower, I can kind of do some stuff. The only thing is I might need to go to the gym a little later and also have dinner as well, so this stream's not going to end during that time, but it's also going to take a substantial portion of this stream's time, I guess. Regardless, there'll be music, and I got to deal with some of the Twitch copyright that has occurred, some of it, so I'm going to not do that now, but I will end up doing that later. Don't want to get striked now, do we? You know? Anyway, monkey type. Let's do one monkey type before we continue. Hey bro, just wondering your reason for using Windows over Linux. Kizetsu? Hey man. I'll tell you the reason. And it's pretty simple actually. Basically, I'm streaming. Streaming is just the best. What is it? Windows is just the best for streaming. So right now, I'm getting 60 frames per second on the streams. And it seems to me, if you've seen any of the earlier streams, I've definitely tried doing streams on my MacBook or on my Linux equivalent of this exact machine because I'm dual booting. But the problem is I actually can't get the Linux to be very... it's choppy frames when it's on Linux for me, and on my Mac it's just not powerful enough. So yeah, right now I've opted for Windows because I don't need to spend money on a new Mac just to stream, and my current Windows, my current dual booted Linux, which is a Ubuntu OS, isn't good enough. So hopefully that answers your question. And that's basically the only reason. Otherwise, I would be using Linux. For development, definitely. But since I'm streaming, I'm also just doing it like this. Man, it's always stability / support. Haha, I guess I'll be waiting every year for the year Linux. Yeah, honestly. It's always, in terms of streaming, yes, but I think for everyday coding stuff, Linux is, I would just say Linux is the best. Alright, one more of this and then I'll be good. Whoops. Because I don't like really configuring stuff on Windows right now because I had to configure my Obsidian, which actually took a lot of it's taking a lot of time. It usually takes a lot of time. But I mean, the other thing is, you know, using my machine more again, my desktop machine rather than my laptop, is making me use this keyboard a lot more as well. So I'm also reaping the benefits of improving my Vim key bindings on this specific keyboard. God. The fact that WSL is a thing says everything about the difference in dev environments between Windows and Linux. Ooh. I'm getting pings. This is Botrix activity. Thanks for the sub, Peter Pardo. Jack Davies as well. I don't know if these are coming in right now, because sometimes I think the notification alerts just only show up the latest followers. Sometimes I don't know if these people are actually in here in the stream. Yeah, but you said the fact that the that WSL is a thing says everything about the difference in dev environments between Windows and Linux. Yeah, definitely. I'd say, by the way, like, yeah, even with any commands I'm making on the terminal, I'm always just going to WSL. You know, the only bearable thing that I do sometimes is just git commands sometimes. So, you know, sometimes I still have, you know, maybe I have Choco. That's something I'd use on actually the Windows terminal. Or Git. And apart from that, nothing else. Otherwise, everything else is just in a WSL environment. Also, this PC is like somewhat old as well now. I'd say just because, I don't know if you can hear it in the background, but it's, I think one of the discs are quite loudly spinning and it's almost like broken. I'm kind of certain. So it's not good, not at all. I am getting stuck on this particular question because I'm not even thinking. Oh, Pratik Reddy, hello, nice to have you on stream. What is the Odin Project? I'll show you. This is the Odin Project. It is just a, I guess, a course online that's free completely, and is a collection of, I guess, links that you should read in your spare time to learn about web development, from HTML, CSS, and JavaScript all the way to React, Ruby on Rails. You know, they have different courses, but right now I'm going through their foundations course. So I'm 56% complete. You know, all of this time it's probably taken maybe a week's worth. Yeah, it's basically a roadmap for everything web development. You know, not necessarily like systems development, like low-level development, but yeah. You know, you don't talk about C and stuff, is what I'm saying. But you learn about HTML, CSS, and all that stuff. Kizetsu says, I can't deny PowerShell is cool with objects instead of the Unix file paradigm. Not gonna lie, it just makes my head hurt. Okay, now you're talking a little out of my realm there, Kizetsu. Like, just give me bash, man. Yeah. You built this? No, I didn't build the Odin project. This is not my work. This is what I'm learning from in terms of web development. And yeah, like I'm currently in the section on block and inline, but you know, there's like, if you view the course, you know, there's quite a bit here. HTML foundations, CSS foundations, flex boxes. That's it. Basically everything in PowerShell is an object, while everything in Unix is like a file. You just interface with things differently. Yeah. I can see that. I can see that. I mean, even if it's an object versus a file though, you know, what properties makes it a file, you know, and what makes it an object? Maybe that's the distinction that I'm missing there, you know? Okay, Leetcode. Neetcode. It's like an object-oriented shell that makes sense. But I hate Java too, Lamau. Yeah. Okay, last question in the linked lists. Now, reverse nodes in K group. Here we go. I mean, Kizetsu, it sounds like you know quite a lot about lower level terminal emulation, possibly. Vim. Reverse nodes in K group. Okay. Reverse nodes in K group. So you are given the head of a singly linked list head and a positive integer K. Okay. You must reverse the first K nodes in the linked list and then reverse the next K nodes and so on. If there are fewer than K nodes left, leave the nodes as they are. Return the modified list after reversing the nodes in each group of K. Return the modified list after reversing the nodes in each group of K. You are only allowed to modify the nodes' next pointers, not the values of the nodes. So only move the next pointers, and for each of these you reverse the first K nodes in the linked list, and then you reverse the next K nodes in the list, and there are fewer than K, leave the nodes as they are. Yep. Sure. That's interesting. Pratik Reddy says you can check out Take You Forward channel. He has very good explanations of some problems, including this one. Alright man, I'm out for the night, but glad I caught you live. I've been getting your VOD in my YouTube recommended for a couple weeks now. Damn. Alright, enjoy your stream, bruh. Thank you, man. Alright. Catch you later. Have fun. Pratik ready? You can check out Take You Forward channel. He has a very good explanations. Okay, let's have a look. Take You Forward. I see. I see. Like I've got this exact same video thumbnails. It's just he also changes his shirt to match the color of the background. Hey, but it's a formula. What can I say? It works, right? Okay. We'll check it out. What's this one then? I'm guessing this is just his website. Yeah. Sui, I'm guessing 3rd year. Nice. Good man. Good man. Alright, well, we might have a look at that for this problem. But let's have a think. 1, 2, 3. Before we even write any code, let's just try and think about this. Before we even look at the solutions actually, because I know I'm not going to solve this. Okay, maybe 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. K is equal to 3. If you have some pointer that you move until you reach 3, from here maybe you go backwards now. So car keep track of the previous as well. This is the prev. So car is equal to car.next is equal to prev, and car dot see. Just trying to think. So you're pointing now from here to here. You move car to prev, and prev gets updated to, well, now it's here. How can you go back? Unless you have some sort of stack. Boutique ready. I've always wanted to learn WebD, but JS community is too huge and messy. Yeah, doing Odin Project is good and well structured. We'll learn from it. Good man. Honestly, personally, I would just recommend doing it, and having some. It's almost like a mentor, to tell you where to look and learn. Given all the information that there is in the world about JavaScript. So yeah, good. Glad that I got someone to want to do it. Yeah, I need to definitely keep like a stack, I think. Might need a stack. You just put everything on a stack, and then once you reach the once you reach K, you just pop from the stack until you reach nothing in the stack. But then you need to continue off from where you left off. If you never reach k, then you never pop from the stack. I think that's how we can think about the question, and I'm thinking we use a stack here. The stack popping might be a little weird, but let's say we have a stack. It's going to be a list, and I'm just going to remember, so you can stack pop, stack append, or maybe it's stack push, maybe, is it? No, okay, yeah, it is pop. Pop append, so you append to the end of it, unless it's push pop stacks. I gotta read a little bit about this. I definitely did save some information. Somewhere. I feel like I would have. No. How do I even search for specific tags here? Stack. Okay, so you can use the normal list in Python as your stack and use pop and append. So you pop, and you append instead of using collections DQ. The first approach, the generations, monotonic, increasing order, even. Alright, let's take a look. Take a look at this solution. Let me put on headphones.
Hey everyone, welcome back, and let's write some more neat code today. Today let's solve reverse nodes in a K group. Now this is a hard problem, but it's actually not as hard as you might think. So we're given one linked list, and we want to reverse the nodes of that linked list K at a time, and then return the output. So what do they actually mean when they say K at a time? So in the example that we're going to look at, let's say K is 2. We basically take this input, right? We see there's 5 nodes.
Ooh, could you solve the problem in O of 1 extra memory space? Is that, whoops, I just closed that by accident. Is that what it says here as well? Can you solve it in O of 1 extra memory space? Yeah, because I'm going to use a stack that's at least O of K.
linked list. So what do they actually mean when they say k at a time? So in the example that we're going to look at, let's say k is 2. We basically take this input, right? We see there's 5 nodes. We want to look at each group of size k. So each group of size 2. This is one group. This is one group. And the last group doesn't even have a element. And what we want to do to each group, so let's look at the first group. We just want to reverse it. So now this has been...
What's this? So try this. Find kth node separate from 2, reverse it, join it back to 2. Oh, so LL, sorry, that's LL. Okay, try this. Find kth node and then separate from linked list. Reverse it. Join it back into list, linked list. Yeah, right. I guess yep, that's equally a good way. That does just do it without, yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. Alright, if that's the case, then maybe I'll just do it that way without a stack. I'll try it here. I'll try. Yeah, I'll try. So not wildcard. Do this for small problem. Complete the whole problem recursively. Yep. Yep, we'll see. Alright, we'll see. So car well, car and what is it? We'll need to keep a counter somehow. And we just call it I is less than k. I is equal to 0 initially, maybe. And when I, let's see, if I is equal, less than or equal to k, if I is less than k, okay, this is only to find that value. Once we do find it, we have that current is going to be k, is going to be at the kth position. If we start from 0 though, is that going to be a problem? Yeah, I think so, right? So it has to go 1 increment. Is k ever going to be 0? Yeah, 1 is less than or equal to k. So it'll always be at least 1, in which case that'll be fine there. So now you know current is at that position. And you said we can split it off, so maybe we split it off by going, you know, there's a next segment which is going to be current.next. We just call it next segment for now. We might change that name, but current, now we just reverse the list. And we need to reverse it. Ooh. How did we reverse the linked list again? We'd still need to keep the head. still need to keep the first element of the list, of that list, somehow. So let's say, let's just call that head then for now. We go from head. So head, so we're gonna, should I set current to head? Okay, you said to split off the current.next, and we're gonna set current to head again, and just go reverse. So I guess you can also split this off into a function, into a reverse list maybe with given a head. And then you can reverse the list. Self, head, optional, list, node. Okay. After you reverse it, what would you have? Maybe you return the reversed. How is reversed a function? Okay. Reversed list. And then you gotta also somehow combine the reverse list with any previous one. So if I were to think this through, so current is head, while current and I is less than k, they'd need another layer, maybe. Let me think. So this is going to get a bit messy, but so while current, that means it's not null. And while I is less than k, current equals current.next, and I gets increment of 1, and we do it until I is equal to k. So then you know the next segment is current.next. Current.next is set to none. And then current head. And then we go from the top again. So maybe, this next segment is equal to current. Maybe this is just temp. Current next segment, or I should say start of segment, maybe start of segment, and then current equals start of segment, while start of segment now becomes temp. Or I could just go current.next, so current equals start of segment. You can set the next start of segment.
Oh,
You reverse the list at start of segment. So you might just do it here. Start of segment is equal to current.next. Current.next is equal to none. Still, there's a bit of a missing thing because you need to go from there. You can only do the reverse list after you've done current.next is none. That means you're going to set car to, I don't know, it's a different car now. I'm just calling it random things now. To reverse is equal to start of segment. To reverse. Okay, that's the reversed list now. After you've got the reversed list, I guess you can oops. Reversed list. Maybe this just returns that last value in the reversed list. Okay, say that that is true. Last val in reversed list dot next is equal to
oh.
start of segment. I'm still missing something here, I think. And I'm thinking about this problem quite segmented, quite fractured. Because I'm thinking, you keep on going until there's none. Nah, no, I'm just getting stuck on the skills. Okay, let's see.
Hey everyone, welcome. And in the output bit, basically take this input, right? You see there's 5 nodes. We want to look at each group of size k. So each group of size 2. This is one group, this is one group, and the last group doesn't even have a element. And what we want to do to each group, so let's look at the first group, we just want to reverse it. So now this has been reversed, and we also want it to still be a part of this entire linked list. So what we have to do is for this one, we have to set its next pointer over here, and in the output you can see that this group is reversed. Now we do the same thing with the second group, so 4's next is actually going to be 3. Now we've reversed this, and in the output, it's also reversed. Now they tell us if we have a special group, right, like the last group doesn't even have k elements, so if it's not a multiple of k, then it should just remain as it is. So we really don't have to make any changes to this, it remains the exact same. Now, one thing to notice is reversing the groups is pretty easy, but we need to do a little more than just that, right? See, 1's next pointer is initially at 2, but at the end, it's pointing at 4. So really, we have to make this jump. So that's where the difficulty comes from, and that's what I'm going to explain. Once we've reversed these groups, then we actually have to put them together. So like most linked list problems, I'm
Yeah,
going to tell
that
you
is kind of the difficult part, right?
dummy node, because we're potentially modifying the head of the list, right? Like first this is the head, but at the end this is going to be the head. I don't want to have edge cases and stuff, so just having a dummy
True
node
dummy node.
helps us along. So we have k equals 2. I want to reverse the first group. How do I do that? Let's say we start here. All I have to do is count by k. So 1, 2. So this is the kth node. So now starting from here, we're going to start reversing. So the next pointer of 1 is going to be reversed, but this is the dummy node, so I don't really care about it. So I'm actually going to set this equal, let's say, to null for now. Next, I'm going to move to the next node, which happens to be our kth node. I'm going to say its next pointer is also going to be reversed. Now it's set to 1, right? The previous node. Now we
Kth
move
node.
to the next node, but we know we just passed our kth node, so we're not reversing this yet. We're going to reverse it with its own group. Right now we're only reversing this group, so we're finished. So now if you look at what we just did, we took this portion, reversed that group, right now we have this, and we didn't really touch this, so it stayed the same. But look what we just did. We cut our linked list in half. It's not even connected anymore. We reversed the first group, which is what we wanted, but we didn't want to split them. So instead of setting this one to null, we can set it to what the last, where our condition would stop, right? This is where our condition is going to stop. So the node right after K is where we're going to set the next pointer of this. Also, we don't want to forget that our dummy node over here should point at the first node. So great, we've done the first group. Now we want to move to the next group. So don't forget K equals 2. So this is our first node. This is our second node. So this happens to be the kth node. So again, we're going to take this pointer and reverse it. And in the first example, I showed you that it's going to be set to null, but really we know it's going to be set to k.next, right? K.next. We know that this is k, so k.next is over here. So after I cross out the next pointer, I'm going to move it over here. Next, we want to reverse the length of 4, so we can remove this pointer and reverse it. We know that this is the previous node. And the last thing, remember, don't forget, before we took our dummy pointer and then set it to 2 instead of 1. But right now, we're going to take 1's next pointer and instead set it to 4 rather than 3 because we're reversing this group. So 1.next is going to be at 4. So these pointers can get complicated and can definitely get messy even when you're looking at a picture. So let's redraw it. So this is what our linked list looks like now. We still have our dummy node over here. We reversed the first group. We reversed the second group. Let's look at the third group. So we're starting here. This is 1. Let's get the kth node. Okay, we want the second node. We try here.
Yep.
Right? So the kth node doesn't even exist. So this group is too small. So we're finished. We don't have to do anything anymore. And so notice we got 2, 1, 4, 3, 5. When you go back here, that's exactly what we have in the output. 2, 1, 4, 3, and 5. So now let's actually look at the code. We want a dummy
Sure.
to be initialized at the beginning. So we're going to give it a default value of 0. And the next pointer is going to be set to our head of the linked list. I'm also going to have
Alright.
what I'm call the group previous, which I'm going to initially set to dummy. But the reason we have this is that we have a group. So if our group was 2 and 3, and we
Group
want to
prep.
reverse it, the output would look like this, right? So we took this group and reversed it. To do that, we need to have a pointer of 1 node right before the start of our group, so we can then say 1.next is 3. So we're always going to save 1 node right before our group. Now
Okay.
I'm just going to say while true become lazy. So we're going to need to get the kth node so we know how long or how big our group is, how like what
Okay.
the group is with time to reverse. So I'm going to write a helper function to do that. It's called getK, and we're just going to pass in 2 parameters, the current node and what the value k is. So
Right, that's fine.
we're going to increment. We're going to shift k times and then return that kth node. So while
Sure.
her is not at the end and k is greater than 0, we're going to update return and decrement k. Then at the end,
Right.
we can return the kth node that we want. So now I'm going to call that. So we're going to we're going to pass in the group previous because the group previous is not part of the group.
Fair enough.
And let's store this as a. But what if the kth node doesn't even exist? What does that mean? That means we've gotten to the last group in our linked list, and it's not big enough for us to reverse it, so we can stop it. So we can say if not a, if it's null, then terminate. So break out of the loop. So that's why we have a true here, and that's going to be the condition.
Right. Damn, bro.
So similar to
It's
how
too good.
we always keep track of 1 node before the start of our group, let's keep track of a node right after our group. So if this is the kth node, let's just get k.next and store that in group.next.
Group.next.
Right after our group. So now we can start actually reversing, right? Reversing the group, and we can use three pointers to do that if you've solved the Leetcode easy problem reversing linked list.
So hold on. So group next is equal to kth dot next. And why is that? Group next, group prev, group next is just the next group. Damn. I got to think about these problems more fundamentally and stitch them together better, rather than having it segmented in my head.
You probably know how to do this. I'm going to set previous to null and current group previous dot next, because this is the first node in our group. But there's just one problem with this, remember? If we have previous initially set to null, we're going to end up splitting our linked list. And we don't want to have multiple linked lists, so instead of this being null, in reality, it's going to be k.next.
Oof. Okay, dot next. Sure. Couldn't you just call a group next then? Group prev dot next. K dot next. Oh, alright, I've been neglecting messages for a moment. Give me a second. Okay. Okay. Focus.
Basically just reverse a linked list, so while current is not reaching end.
Okay. Let me try and write. So prev is group next. what's this? Wildcard.
The end is group.next, and now we're just reversing.
I was trying to understand how does that hold. So group does not equals to group.next.
So I'm going to put it in a temporary variable, current.next. We're going to update current.next, set it to previous. Previous is going to be set to current.
Yep.
And current is going to be shifted by 1, which is stored in our temporary variable. So remember how case was the last node in our group? Now we want it to be the first node in our group. And what we can do is say group previous, so one node before the start of our group, that next is now going to be case. So what we're doing is putting case at the beginning of this group.
Okay. Putting case at the beginning of this group.
Also want to update group previous for the next iteration of our group, right? When we come back around, we want this node to be where it should be. We want this pointer to be where it should be. And to do that, what we can do is actually have another temporary variable. So in that, we're going to store group previous dot next before we end up updating it.
Yeah.
What this initially stores is the first node in our group. Remember, eighth was the last node in our group.
Yeah.
This is the first node in our group, and so we want to set this equal to that because this started as the first node in our group, but now it's going to be the last node, and that's what we want this to be set to. So I think probably this is the most complicated part of the problem, and pointers in general are really kind of annoying, even drawing a picture.
That is true, that is true. It is true, but god damn, I'm gonna have to revisit this question as well. Okay, that's fine. I am happy with that explanation. It's just gotta marinate in my head a bit more. So prev equals current, and then current equals temp. And then the thinking is temp is going to be group prev.next, and then group prev.next is going to equal to kth. Hold on. Gotta tissue. And group prev equals temp. Okay. Get case.
Is kind of annoying because you have to cross out a bunch of pointers, but right now all we need is to return the new head of the linked list, which is going to be dummy.next. So this is the final code, so it does work pretty well. If this is helpful,
Yeah. Wildcard and k is greater than, so he writes it as k is greater than 0, and then you decrement the value of k until you reach 0. And then you return the current. Oh, hello, a random guy. What are prerequisites for solving these problems? I know basics of C, C++, and Python. Any guide on how to start for Leetcode problems? Easily, the best way to start is to do Neetcode. Just do Neetcode. I would say, the basics that you know now, C, C++, and Python, they're good. And I would say, if you know C++, go with writing each of these problems in C++. It might be a little harder than just going through the solutions that are given here in Python if you're following Neetcode. But maybe that's worth it. From what I've heard, like competitive programmers use C++. So maybe even if it's harder now to get started using C++, it might be worth it if you can tolerate it. Otherwise, just go with Python and do what I'm doing right now, like just using Python to do these Neetcode questions. That's what I'd say. And do Neetcode specifically, and not just Leetcode, because I think it's a good set of questions. And here's the thing, right? It says Neetcode 150. That's because there's like different practice problems. If you have trouble with core skills, you can do this first, but I don't bother because I've already learned it from my time at uni. And then blind 75, this is you could do this if you're in a hurry, but I'm doing Neetcode 150. Striver teaches in C++. Take You Forward roadmap is also good if you like C++. Right, there you go. Pratik Reddy has his opinions too, and it might be good too. Here's the thing, also, Pratik. I'm gonna probably watch the Take You Forward explanation after, like maybe tomorrow, right? After I've had this processed in my head a little more. But for now, I'm just gonna cheat a little bit and just write what I can. Then I'll use Take You Forward. I think that's actually it's probably a pretty good resource. I'll trust you on that. A random guy says, I am in high school, so I don't do this. Should I start with Neetcode? Yeah, I would say still do start with Neetcode. But I would, if you're not in a hurry, right, do the core skills from Neetcode, right? Just follow this course. Although there are some pro problems, I suppose, in the sense that you might just need to get these from somewhere else. So maybe this is not entirely the best place to get it if you want something free. But yeah, you might need to look around a bit actually, because I don't know how good or bad the core skills are in these. But then Neetcode, just do these alongside learning those DSAs, I would say. Just do some of these questions. If you don't know a particular problem, like say if you go to one of these, and then in the solution it gives you like these prerequisites, hash usage, what is it? Hash usage and bucket sort. Maybe you want to just then search up bucket sort, and just read it from here instead. And you don't need to actually go through the paywalls of Neetcode, if you'd like, Otherwise, you can just buy Neetcode if you want, or just buy Leetcode Premium. Actually, I don't bother. I don't have Neetcode or Leetcode Premium. Probably not really that much needed if you don't need it as a motivator, for example. Maybe you pay the premium of a Neetcode or a Leetcode subscription so that you're obliged to, or else, you're losing money. Maybe that's a way you want to think about it as well. But I try to avoid paying premiums if I can do it, It just makes me more adaptable, I think. And it'll make you more adaptable, I think. So yeah, go through the Neetcode. I mean, you know, even if you're in high school, I would even say like maybe just do blind 75, right? If you don't want to do Neetcode 150. But once you're doing blind 75, you know, each of these questions that I'm doing right now is part of Neetcode 150. And so you can just, if you finish all the blind 75 ones, you can just get extension questions in Neetcode 150. Tusha Utain, hey, I'm new here. I'm just curious to know how much time it takes to be proficient in Neovim and how much time it takes to set hands on it. Okay, so let's say in the sense how much time it takes to get to set hands on it. I'm guessing you mean by downloading and I guess setting up a dev environment on it. I mean, if you look at my Neetcode here, what am I talking about? My Neovim here. This is my like dev environment in Neovim. I would say, you know, you want to probably this setup is actually maybe a week's worth of work, but you can get most of what I currently have, most of this functionality, by actually just searching up a thing called nvchad. So this is basically the dev environment, you know, setting up all these tabs, and the sidebar, and I guess all of these other LSP code completions. You can have all this set up just by following the nvchad documentation, you know. And in terms of how long it takes for me to be proficient in Neovim, I'd say it takes a bit of time. I'd say, you know, maybe 3 months before it actually feels intuitive. I mean, if you're using it every day, it might even take less time than the 3 months, because I was using it on and off, because, you know, I'd still needed to use VS Code for some other class projects, and I'm only using Neovim now ever since I started streaming, so that's been possibly like 2 or 3 weeks now. Actually, I lie, I haven't been really, what is it? So I've used Neovim ever since I started my streaming, but I also used Neovim on and off before that. So I'd still, in that time, learned about the key bindings. And yeah, if you looked at the first few streams that I did a few weeks back, you would have realized that yeah, the same problems with navigating through NVim and all that stuff. Hopefully that answers some of your questions, Tusha. Oh yeah, and yeah, try first with Vim motions. That's true. So another tool that I use to be proficient in Neovim is also just to become proficient in Vim, and part of this documentation in nvchad also tells you about it is highly recommended that you must do for any Vimmer Vim tutor. So what is Vim tutor? It's, I think, just a command line tool. So if I search Vim, if I just go Vim tutor, yeah, it will just open up a page in Vim for me, and you know, you can just learn the basics of HL, JK, and all this stuff, and then actually how to quit as well. So Vim tutor is also something that I actually used to learn about Vim and Neovim by extension. All good, Tusha. Yeah, okay, Pratik's suggestion, look at A to Z DSA playlist. That might be actually pretty good. I don't know of that, but yeah. Okay. Yuju engineer, how do you even use that keyboard? That's a good question. That's a good question. It took me a bit of time to learn it, so now it's just cope, what can I say? And it's monkey type, you know? Whoops. One word per minute. Let's go. Result data doesn't make sense. Okay. Yep, okay. Right. Let's see. So, back to this. We return the current. You added that code in monkey type, or is it randomly generated practice? It is randomly generated. Well, not randomly generated, but it's snippets of code. So, from like projects online. So you can actually go, if you get a monkey type, I'll tell you how. There should be this globe symbol that you can click, and you can just change the language, you know, to whatever you want. Persian, Pinyin, and then there's a code section with all the languages in code. Yeah, you might want to just search about this a little more. Usual engineer, which is better? Leetcode or Geeks for Geeks? I don't know if that's troll or not. I'd say fundamentally they're different things. Yeah. Paste. Nope. Like for DSA practice, which one is better? Yeah, okay. Well, for DSA practice, you kind of need both, I would say. You know, Leetcode is the thing that motivates you to understand a particular DSA problem. And then learning about the DSA problem, you can go to Geeks for Geeks or W3 Schools, or whichever one has DSA tutorials. Hopefully that makes sense, you know. Leetcode is just the motivator, and then the DSA is just the theory. You could say like the Leetcode is the practical to the theory. And then the theory is just W3 schools or Geeks for Geeks. Okay. Get rid of Vim keybinding for a second. Actually, I don't need to. I'm pretty sure if I just go into insert mode. Control-O-C. Control-Shift-V. No. Control-V. Nope. Paste. Nope. Doesn't mean paste. I need to save this anyway. In a different spot. You guys are talking about yes on YouTube, but there's a website where you can keep track of your progress. Yeah, I don't know where that which one Pratik is talking about. Okay. .py. Can't even paste. Control-C. Control-V, Control-Shift-V. No. Fine. No Vim. Let's copy this whole thing. Can I paste them now? It's not even pasting, it's not even formatting correctly. This is what's annoying about Windows and WSL. Use YG for completely copying the code. Let's have a look. Do you mean in Vim? I would assume. Y. G. First GG, go to the first line, and then YG. I mean, do you mean VG? Because I know GG, VG, yank. That works. GG, VG, yeah. GG, VG, Y. GG, VG, Y. YGY for okay, Y for yank and G for till last line. Okay, GG yank. Oh, right, GG Y shift G. Okay, maybe it's true. Ooh, yo. Why did this? Yeah, this worked. Except there's like weird M characters now. Okay, thanks, man. That's actually good. Appreciate it. But yeah, there's these M characters now, which is weird. Yeah. Hey, that's actually smart because it's an action, and then you press G, which is all the way to the bottom. I think that's also way quicker than what I did. YW for yank. So YW for yank word. Yep, and YI colon for yank inside. Colon. Not colon, I mean commas. Commas. Not commas, they're quotes. So YI quote for yank inside quotes. YG for copying till last line. And many more. Yeah. It's action destination almost. I forgot like what they call it in Vim. It's an action and something else. Yeah, quotes, bro. I know. Alright, I'm gonna have to head off to dinner in just a moment. After I just figure this out. After I figure this out real quick. Paste. It's not even pasting for me here. Control Shift V. Okay, well that worked here. Why you Neovim when there's VS Code? It's a good point, right? Yeah, I know. I have VS Code right open here, right? Because I want to use Neovim. Yeah, because it's fast also. Alright, what's this other thing? Similarly, DW for deleting word, DI quote for deleting inside quote, and DG for deleting until last line. Yeah. I gotta use these more, to be honest. Because sometimes I just autopilot to a few set key bindings and I don't think about some of the other options that are available to me. So definitely I agree. Although, right, so this is here now. Okay, that's fine. I actually might have to just let me quit, right quit all. Just have a look. Where is it? Where's the new guy? They're all logical, you don't have to remember these. Yeah. I agree. It's about like, it's more about muscle memorying them into memory, I guess. I guess there's nothing really stopping me. Yeah, but I'm gonna remember what you told me just now, the GGYG. Yeah, I'm gonna remember that one. I'm gonna remember that one for sure, just when I'm copying and pasting code like this. Cause yeah. Thanks for that, by the way. Appreciate it. Alright, git status, git commit, $25, I believe it was. Yeah, it was 25. Okay. All right. Alright, I'm gonna take a quick break. Actually, it's gonna be quite a long break. I'm gonna have to go eat, then I'm gonna go to the gym as well. So it's gonna be a while before I come back, but maybe around 2 hours, but by then it's probably already late as well. So yeah, it might be a shorter stream today. Pretty much just a Leetcode question, I guess. But yeah, I'll keep the stream on. And I'll just put on some lo-fi music in the background. While it goes. Alright. Bye bye, a random guy. Oh yeah. Yeah, just make a bash script. I would add commit and push. Can't be bothered, man. Can't be bothered. I'd rather type it, you know? Just so it's ingrained in memory, to be honest. Alright, anyway. I'll see you guys later. Alright, I'm back. I'm going to finish off today by doing a lesson of the Odin Project. Hopefully this shouldn't take too long. Let's hope. At most an hour. Block and inline. In the previous lesson we discovered that different display types have unique box models. And we can modify the box calculation by changing the display property. CSS has two box types, block and inline. Block and inline, which determine the element behavior and interaction. The display property controls how HTML elements appear on the web page. This section contains a general overview of topics. You will learn about normal, flow. You will learn the difference between a block and inline. You will learn which elements default to block and which elements default to inline. You will learn what divs and spans are. Block versus inline. Most of the elements that you have learned about so far are block elements. In other words, their default style is display block. By default, block elements will appear on the page stacked atop each other, each new element starting on a new line. Inline elements, however, do not start. Flexbox will be covered in depth in the next lesson. Wow. I really got rickrolled. Okay. Divs and spans. We can't talk about block and inline elements without discussing divs and spans. All the other HTML elements we have encountered so far give meaning to their content. For example, paragraph elements tell the browser to display the text it contains as a paragraph. Strong elements tell the browser which texts within are important, and so on. Yet divs and spans give no particular meaning to their content. They are just generic boxes that can contain anything. Having elements like this available to us is a lot more useful than it may first appear. We'll often need elements that serve no other purpose than to be hook elements. We can give an ID or class to target them for styling with CSS. Another use case we'll face regularly is grouping related elements under one parent element to correctly position them on the page. Divs and spans provide us with the ability to do this. Div is a block level element by default. It is commonly used as a container element to group other elements. Okay. Divs allow us to divide the page into different blocks and apply styling to those blocks. Intro, main content, contact us. Intro, main contact us. What does the CSS look like? Div. Yeah, alright, fair enough. Span is an inline level element by default. It can be used to group text content and inline HTML elements for styling and should only be used when no other semantic HTML element is appropriate. Can I full screen this and maybe that's better? No, it isn't. Okay. Just do it like this then. Oh. Nib. Why do you put a stop on me? The other thing is I've been cutting in and out with the wind again. Sadly. Nib. Your stream is dropping? Yes, that's what I mean. Like, it's dropping frames. And it's dropping like altogether sometimes because of the wind. I really just gotta like contact my ISP to get it fixed. Because I'm pretty sure that's all it is. You know, we already checked the power lines. And we switched a new line for the power line. And it's not because of the power that's dropping out that's causing it. I'm having a routine shake to maintain the gains. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Span is an inline level element by default. Yeah, I will contact the person. Or whomst ever. Whomst ever. Have fun, bye. Alright, bye bye. I will. Yeah, okay, so span is an inline level element by default. It can be used to group text content and inline HTML elements for styling and should only be used when no other semantic HTML element is appropriate. Highlight. Valid. This looks alright. I'm liking that. Okay, the concept of the normal flow is implied in the box model resources. But isn't laid out very specifically. Read normal flow from MDN to make sure you understand how elements lay themselves out by default. Normal flow. Okay. This article explains normal flow or the way that web page elements lay themselves out if you haven't changed their layout. The basic HTML, study intro to HTML, and the idea of how CSS works. To explain how browsers lay out web pages by default before we begin to make changes. As detailed in the last lesson introducing layouts, elements on a web page lay out in the normal flow if you haven't applied any CSS to change the way they behave. And as we began to discover, you can change how elements behave either by adjusting their position in normal flow or by removing them from it altogether. Starting with a solid, well-structured document that is readable in normal flow is the best way to begin any web page. It ensures that your content is readable even if the user's using a very limited browser or a device such as a screen reader that reads out the content of the page. What? Alright. In addition, since normal flow is designed to make a readable document, by starting in this way you're working with the document rather than struggling against it as you make changes to the layout. Fair enough. Before digging deeper into different layout methods, it's worth revisiting some of the things you have studied in previous models with regard to normal document flow. Oh, KFC. Hey bro. Hello. How's it going? You're back on the daily, huh? Nice to have you. I'm doing the Odin Project again. How are elements laid out by default? The process began as boxes of individual elements. What? Okay, so how are elements laid out by default? The process begins as the boxes of individual elements are laid out in such a way that any padding, border or margin they happen to have is added to their content. Huh? That's one long sentence. Hold on. The process begins as the boxes of individual elements are laid out in such a way that any padding, border or margin they happen to have is added to their content. This is what we call the box model. Sure, right. By default, a block level element, its content, fills the available inline space of the parent element containing it. Let me read. I have to read that again. Ah, you just came from college. Nice. Does that mean you're at home right now? I'm guessing. Probably chilling, right? By default, a block level element's content fills with the available inline space of the parent element containing it. Growing along the block dimensions to accommodate its content. The size of inline level elements is just the size of their content. You can use width and height on some elements that have a default display property value of inline, like image, but display value will still remain inline. If you want to control the display property of an inline level element in this manner, use CSS to set it to behave like a block level element with a display block or display inline block. Which mixes characters from both. That explains how elements are structured individually, but how about the way they're structured when they interact with one another? The normal layout flow, mentioned in the layout introduction, is the system by which elements are placed inside the browser's viewport. By default, the block level elements are laid out in a block flow direction, which is based on the parent's writing mode. Initial, horizontal, TB. Each element will appear on a new line below the last one, with each one separated by whatever margin that's been specified. In English, for example, or any other horizontal top to bottom writing mode, block level elements are laid out vertically. Inline elements behave differently. They don't appear on new lines, instead they sit on the same line along with any adjacent or wrapped text content as long as there is space for them to do so inside the width of the parent block level element. If there isn't space, then the flowing content will move down to a new line. If two vertically adjacent elements both have margins set on them, and the margins touch, the larger of the two margins remain and the smaller one disappears. This is known as margin collapsing. If two vertically adjacent elements both have a margin set on them, and their margins touch, the larger of the two margins remains and the smaller one disappears. This is known as margin collapsing. Collapsing margins is only relevant in the vertical direction. Right, let's look at a simple example that explains all of this. Alright, KFC says, I know basics of Linux. Can I switch to Arch Linux directly or Ubuntu? Well, I mean, if you know the basics of Linux, I think you can just go directly to either of those, but I feel like Ubuntu would be easier to pick up originally. But you know, if you want to take the hard mode route, go for Arch Linux. Do it if you think it's going to be beneficial to you. I would personally do it to just go straight to Arch Linux. It just means there's a bit more of a learning curve. I already use Ubuntu quite a bit. I used it since, like, you know, my first time that I actually played with Ubuntu was literally like when I was in primary school, like when I was the age of 12. So I kind of had past experience with Ubuntu, like, because my brother had an Ubuntu computer. But yeah, so I've used Ubuntu for quite a bit, but you know, if I were you, I'd start from Arch Linux. Because why not, you know? Go the hard mode route. It'll make your future life easier. Or maybe it won't, I don't know. But I like taking the hard routes in life, usually. That's just a philosophy of mine. Let's look at a simple example that explains all of this. So basic document flow. So what if I just click play? Right, I see, you can see quite a bit here. Right, yes. Right, let's have a look at this. So CSS, the body, each body element will have a width and a margin. Where's the body elements at? Where the body elements at? Whoa, why aren't there any? Is a body just, okay, I'm kind of missing what body means here, but alright. P is just P, which means you have a background RGB of that color, border of that color, which is a little more red than before, padding of 10, sure, and the margin of 10, sure. Span is going to be, where do we use span? Like this one, or this one, which is cool. And then you got background white, border is black. Not bad. I mean, I kind of understand that quite a bit. Just don't know this body part, just iffy on the body part. Why that's the case. Guys, in this lesson you've learned the basics of normal flow, the default layer of the CSS elements. By understanding how inline blocks and margins behave by default, it's easier to modify the behavior in the future. In the next article we'll build on this knowledge by making changes to CSS elements using Flexbox. So, do I actually understand this? Do I actually know what I'm doing here? What's inline, right? Span, right? Image is obviously just going to be inline, right? Is it? No, it's a new line, maybe. So if I try just doing that, still a new line. So maybe that's alright. Okay. Done. Normal flow is basically the horizontal stacking of divs of the block model, of the blocks. W3 schools each know a block and inline elements as a description and a list of all the default block and inline elements. Okay, every HTML element has a default display value. Depending on what type of element it is, two most common display values are block and inline. Okay, block level elements again. So a block level element always starts on a new line and the browsers automatically add some space margin before and after the element. Am I back? Yes, I am. Sorry about that, whoever's still sticking around. I apologize. Div and is a common div elements are to span elements as oh, hello, I've been changing stuff. I apologize, I've been changing stuff on the wrong side of things. So, block level elements as display value block is to display value inline. Yeah, there we go. Okay. Nice. So that's div and span in talking about block and inline elements, which I can get more information about. I think I will say by copy and pasting the title. Back again, finally. So sad, man. the dropouts. Am I back? Yes. Okay, so go to DigitalOcean. Has a couple of great examples that clarify the difference between inline and inline block. A block element starts on a new line. Inline element is inline. What's the difference between inline element and inline block element? H1 is a block, button is a inline, div is a block, span is an inline, I think. So what am I finding? H1 and button, or div, sorry, is a block. Now button is an inline, and so is span. Okay, and we can close that, close this, close this, close this. Let me just read this. Alright, what's this say? Okay, introduction. So this is inline versus inline block in CSS. Display inline block brought a new way to create side-by-side boxes that collapses and wraps properly depending on the available space in the containing element. It makes layouts that were previously accomplished with floats easier to create. No need to clear floats anymore. Compared to display inline, the major difference is that inline block allows to set a width and height on the element. Also with display inline, top and bottom margins and padding are not respected. And with inline block they are. I see. I need to save this. The major difference is that inline block allows for the set width and height on an element. Also with display inline, top and bottom margins and padding are not respected, and they are. Important distinction between display inline and inline block. So display inline now the difference between display inline block and block is that with display block a line break happens at the element, so a block element doesn't sit next to another element. Notice here how the width and height are not respected and how the padding top and bottom are present but overlap over the lines above and under. Three picks. Oh. Okay.
Hello everyone, welcome to this video. So in this video I'm going to talk about the term
Alright, I'm gonna watch this.
normal flow. Normal flow. So you might hear people talking about
What the heck was that?
normal flow. You might hear your teacher or somebody tell you, okay, what is the normal flow of this element? So for example, let me add two buttons here. So let me add a button. So I'm gonna add a button. Alright, so this one says home, and I'm gonna simply add another one. This one will be contact, for example. So if you take a look at this one, so you see they are next to each other. So you see the default display of these buttons or the button elements are set to inline. So the normal flow of this one is inline. And I have talked about display inline and display inline block in a previous video, so you can watch that video too. But right here you see, for example, these two buttons are next to each other, so the flow of these elements, or the normal flow of these elements is inline. So if I want to display them like below each other, so if I want this contact to be below this home button, I could simply select the buttons and change the display to block. And as I do that, I have changed the flow to block. So you see, it was by default it was inline, so it was simply like this, but I have added the display block, so the flow is block now. And
Okay, I think I'm good. I don't think I need to really look through that. I just need to do the second exercise. This one's a little nicer looking and a little closer to something you might see in the real world. You'll need to change a little more than just the margin and padding to make it look exactly right. And you go to the Odin CSS exercises. We go to foundations. No, not foundations. Margin padding. Okay, sure. Yo. Index. HTML. So understanding this properly, div is a card, class title I'm a card, div1, content inside me, and a big button. Okay. Style.css. Oof, my god, that scared me. Thank you. Thank you for the follow. Who was that? Adrian Zhang. Appreciate it. You scared the living life out of me. Because I was loud in my ears. ZR and ZM, I'm just going to remember. Minimize. Recursively unfold, I don't know. Yeah, it doesn't matter. X. Okay. Gonna have to explore the index HTML. I want to get rid of any CSS here. Off. Yee. It's very bright. Look, I would love to have something like that. I'm a card. So card, shift back, tab. So there's an 8 pixel between the edge of the card and its content. Padding 8 pix. Explorer.exe. What? That's not what I wanted. Yup. Okay. And there's an 8 pix gap between each of the blue sections inside the card. So margin. So look at the content. H1 and div both need an 8 pix margin. H1 and div, but they're not there, so title, content, button container. What did it look like before? No. It's not what I want. Yeah, it's kind of what I want actually. But this is the title. Let me think, what else is there left to do here? I would be done after I figured this out. Eight pixel. Is not it. What can I do instead? What others do we have? The title of the card uses a 16x font. Font size 16px. There is an 8px between the title text and the edge of the title section. I'm guessing then that's padding. So that looks alright. And the content section has 16px space on the top and bottom, and 8px on either side. So 16px and 8px. Everything inside the button container section is centered. Is there any difference? $8px padding. Padding, margin, oh, that might not be right. Yeah, that doesn't do it for me. Display is inline or block? Okay. Oh. How do you center it? Yeah, I'm gonna have to see the solution here. Button container, text aligned center. Margin auto. I'm almost there. Right. This doesn't look nice. Oh, what did I call a margin? There we go. And there's a final thing here. Oh. Yo, Subodai, Walnuts, I didn't see your message at all. Was that leader ZR? No, it's just ZR, lol. Appreciate it. Sorry, I didn't even, the chat was like broken for a second. I didn't even see the messages. Okay. And what else? So the final thing is there's an 8 pix gap between each of the blue sections inside the card. Alright, let's have a look at the CSS. ZR. Control W, vertical window. Tab. So card padding width 400. Margin bottom. That's true though. I already did a padding though. But for content there should be a margin bottom. Hello. Hello, Catface. Mr. Min. I don't know how to pronounce your first name, my bad. But hello. Nice to have you join us. Display, margin, padding. So that's all good. And then you're telling me you isolated these things from those things. Yeah, that makes sense. And you can isolate them like that, sure. Really? Wait, Duk Min? Nice. Hee hee hee. Okay, we're good. That's good there. X. We close all those. I close this. We can make this dark mode again. And the lesson's completed. G. Alright, finally, now we can talk about flex boxes, but I'm just about done today. I think it's been a good day, you know. I have done one Leetcode, one lesson of the Odin Project, and I've done I went to uni as well, so I had to come back and start the stream late, but got the two things that I wanted to get done. And yeah, I think I'm gonna call it a night for now. Thanks for whoever's just joined or has joined. But the time has come where I say goodbye. We will do some more tomorrow. Tomorrow I'll be yeah, doing it 9 hours from now. So be prepared for that. Hope to see you guys in that one. Subscribe as always. Like as always if you really liked it. If you didn't, that's alright as well. Appreciate everybody that's here, and yeah, it's been fun. Alright, see you too, Dukmin, and good night. Good night. Bye guys.